Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at District 205 Center. Call the meeting to order. If I could have a roll call.
Mrs. Hassler?
Here.
Mrs. Stufen?
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman?
Here.
Mr. Collins?
Here.
Mr. Zarvanitis?
Here.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Here, 7 board members present. Could I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
I move that the Board of Education adjourn to closed session to discuss matters relating to the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2. The placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. 5 ILCS 122C11. Discussion of minutes or meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval for the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second. Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call a vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Zarvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays. The board is in closed session. Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. We have all 7 board members are present and the board has been in closed session since 5:30 for items listed on the agenda. At this time, I would ask, our board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing on the district website by clicking the video button on Board Docs. So at this time, I would ask that we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so on tonight's agenda, we had planned to be able to honor the Illinois Music Educators Association for York. That will be at our next meeting in March. So we will move right to the Lincoln Elementary Spotlight. And if you want to give a nice wave to everybody, because you're the floating principal this year.
I'm floating. I'm here. All right. Well, thank you so much for having us here tonight. This year has been the most incredible learning experience for our entire community. Our motto before our schools closed down last year was grow through what we go through. And that has turned out to be an ongoing theme for us. See if I can get going here. Our new building, tonight I'm going to feature some updates on our new building, some of our new learning, our new friends, and some new opportunities. We also have some special guests with our 5th graders here tonight to feature some of their hard work from the year. Let's see, sorry. Here we go. 2 of them at the same time. All right. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to all of our hosting family, entire Edison staff and Mr. Pliskota, the entire Hawthorne community, Mr. Reardon, Ms. Schumacher, and the incredible Bryan team have all wrapped around us, along with Mr. Scipio and Mr. Sheehan. Our entire team has been working tirelessly. See, I'm doing 2 different ones at the same time. Here we go. Our entire team has been working diligently on our building. We've had over 50 to 100 workers working on our building to make sure that it's on time and ready for us to start our learning there next year. We've heard that our building trailer is going to be moving off the property in March. And so today I was there getting to visit, and the walls are painted and it's beautiful and colorful. The lights are put in and they're starting to put the floors in. So we're really optimistic that we will be in and ready to go. ICI and White have been working tirelessly to make sure that we are ready to incorporate all of the learning into our new space. We were lucky enough to partner with Studio 1344 for our new logo, which is going to represent our Lion pride of being positive, respectful, full of integrity, determination, and engagement. We were able to gather those values through shared ownership between our families and our staff and our students, and we look forward to bringing those to life as we move into our new space. We've also been able to tap into the creativity of all of our students. We've partnered with Jason Watts, a local artist and muralist, and students have submitted artwork that will be featured in each of the new neighborhoods and the new building. This is an example in our kindergarten hallway of a rendition of what will be there in just a few short months. We are a school grounded in rich tradition and history, and we are working to capture that in elements of the old buildings into our new building. These are 3, let's see if I can get there. These are 3 crests that were featured in our old building that was more than 115 years old. They represent innovation, perseverance, and growth, timeless principles that will guide our next steps as we move into our new space. Let's see if I can, there we go. Our new learning, this is just a snapshot of some of the teams that we've been working with. All of our teams have shown tremendous growth as they moved out of their comfort zone and have merged with many PLCs across the entire district. And I can't say that the learning hasn't ever been better. It's pretty incredible to see the growth and the innovation and the igniting of new opportunities for all of our students. We have a few special quotes from our students. As you walk around, if you get to engage with any of the students at Hawthorne, at Edison, at Bryan, they're meeting new people that are nice and kind. They are having so much fun with their Lincoln teachers and students. They love getting to ride the bus. Many students have talked about the highlight of being able to ride the bus and see the skyline on their way into the building. We have a few students who had a couple things to say that they'd like to share. A little lag, sorry about that.
We're so grateful to EduLink because we had the chance to meet new friends. The best part of EduLink was meeting people from both Edison and Lincoln. The best part about EduLink is our teacher and principal. Wait, it's not. I'm excited to see the school mural. I'm excited to see my sister do some math facts. I'm excited for the new gym. I'm excited to see my little sister in school. What are you most excited about for the new school? To walk to school. To see the new classroom. To go to the playground. To see all the beautiful colors. To eat some lunch.
You know, our kindergartners, they get to be at school all day next year. So they're super excited. And again, that's the sentiment. As you're walking around through the hallways and getting to hear and experience everything, it's a little bit bittersweet as we move towards the end of this year, but super exciting to think about going back. Our PTAs, I would be remiss without honoring the hard work that's gone into all of our PTAs, working diligently, collaborating together to mimic the same incredible experiences that all of our students had at Lincoln prior to it closing. They've figured out how to honor the traditions of both schools and bring them to life. We've had a multitude of clubs and activities available for all students through art, acting, chess, photography, and our tonight service club that we'll be showing from our 5th graders. So with that, let's go ahead and welcome our 5th grade crew. Janine Sika is one of our leaders, Kelly Fogarty, and thank you so much, and all of our students. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Janine Sika. I'm one of the sponsors, and we have our other 2 sponsors, Kim Warren and Kelly Fogarty. Here are our members of the 6 Before 6, and you guys can say your names. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Monica Scarcella. Hi, I'm Ava Moore.
Hello, I'm Ryan Mansfield.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Delajanis. Hi, I'm Jack Kane. Hi, I'm Samantha Sika. Hi, I'm Lila Warren.
So these are just some of our members that were able to come tonight. And before I get started, I wanted to just talk about it's a cartoon that came through on my feed for Instagram earlier this year at the beginning of the new year. And it was 2 cartoon characters, and one said, "Aren't you terrified of what 2022 could be like? Everything is so messed up." And the other character goes, "I think it'll bring flowers." And the first character goes, "Yeah, why?" And the other character said, "Because I'm planting flowers." And that's what our 6 Before 6 crew is doing. They are planting flowers. In a world of divisiveness and anger and discontent, these kiddos are spreading love and joy, goodwill, and gratitude. So just going to go through some of the things that this group has been doing and how we came to be. We came to be because these other 2 ladies and I volunteered to sponsor a club at Lincoln. And we all had an idea of a service club. So we met one day and went through just some ideas that we had for the service club. So what we do, make the world a better place, one service project at a time. So our mission statement is what Monica is going to read to you.
Our mission is to spread love and kindness throughout community service projects. Members make a commitment to participate in at least 6 service projects before 6th grade. No project is too big or too small to be considered. Members become leaders for positive change in our community. 1. Create projects that are manageable and achievable. 2. Focus on the needs of those in our community. 3. Spread kindness and love through our actions.
So as you can see, we have done a ton of projects, and it's only February. We still have a ton more to do. Here is Ava, and she's going to read off the projects that we've done to date.
Some of our projects that we have done today is Candy for the Troops, the Salvation Army Bell Ringers, essential items collection for the Elmhurst Yorkfield Food Pantry, holiday cards for patients at L'Oreal's Children's Hospital, Valentine's appreciation baskets for Elmhurst Hospital healthcare workers, and stocking the shelves at Elmhurst Yorkfield Food Pantry, volunteers for the No Frills Kids Fun Run, and the hygiene packets for the homeless.
These are just some pictures of the kids at work. They work so hard, and they never complain. We meet on weekends, after school, during recess, and they just want to do more. And this is what we need more of. There's one more slide, I think. So here they are, making friends while making a difference, the 6 Before 6 Club. I encourage other schools to also do something similar. You can reach out to me. My email is JanineW@yahoo.com. That's JeanneENW@yahoo.com. If anyone is interested in getting more information about what we're doing and projects that we have done and things we're going to be doing in the future. But also just so that I can reiterate that these kids are continuously planting these flowers because this is what we need more of. Thank you.
Can we have all the kids come up and the sponsors come up to the middle and we'll get a picture with Dr. Campbell? And yes, you are for certain that we need more flowers planted because yes. So thank you so much to all of you for being a light in our community. So thanks. Okay, that was so nice. Thank you so much. We're so excited for Lincoln to open. Okay, next item on the agenda is public comments. We've allocated up to 45 minutes with up to 3 minutes per speaker. The speakers will be reminded when they have 30 seconds left. Public comment is to be about items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. We ask that you be respectful to both the board, the administration, and also to the other speakers. We have 8 tonight, so we're gonna just call them in order. And I'll call the first one, and then I'll turn it over to the board secretary. So Bill Sullivan, please say your name and first and last name when you come to the microphone. Thanks.
Can you hear me? Does that work all right? Yes, I am. Is it on? Yes, I am Bill Sullivan. We have been told many times by this board that CRT and aligned groups such as District Management Group, Equal Opportunity Schools, Panorama Education, and the Corwin Group, all which are engaged in pushing the tenets of CRT, are not being taught in District 205. We have produced material, including handouts and required reading, that are being introduced into the classrooms, all to reinforce this kind of ideological agenda. Tonight, we will highlight the buried document from District 205 issued last summer. This memo indicates the board approved the payment of $46,000 for a 2-day seminar put on by the Corwin Group called Deep Equity Training, Yes. The Deep Equity program emphasizes that student achievement is inhibited and suppressed due to white privilege and this group's domination over non-whites. To achieve change in, quote, social dominance and justice, Gary Howard, the founder of the Corwin Group, emphasizes the requirement to confront the, quote, dynamics of privilege and power. To accomplish such goals, he discusses the importance of engaging elementary, middle, and high school students, a key first step to get students to focus on their differences from others by asking them how they, and I quote, are experiencing systems of privilege and preference reinforced by power that favor certain groups over others in the school setting and community setting. Rather than helping students achieve personal educational potential, helping them to recognize the benefits that come from the engagement with a community of diversely competent people united in certain foundational beliefs, equity programs result in our children labeling themselves or being labeled by others as being a victim or an oppressor. This is destructive to the individual achievement and community building. It teaches our students to focus on differences, many not in their control. The result is a rise in envy, jealousy, and destructive competition. In anticipation that some students and parents would reject the philosophical and sociological assumptions that underpin the Deep Equity program, facilitators, such as teachers and administrators, are taught how to minimize and eliminate dissension. Note, none of the techniques encourage open debate.
30 seconds.
In short, resistance is not tolerated in this program that is allegedly about diversity. Please take the time to visit the epic205.org website and learn more about Gary Howard and the Corwin's Deep Equity program. This is clearly not about educating District 205 children.
Thank you. Next speaker, Katie Vreeland.
Thanks. Thank you. My name is Katie Vreeland. My husband and I are the proud parents of 3 children. One, a recent York graduate who's a freshman in college, a junior who transferred out of York to a private school in January, and a 7th grader who is homeschooled. We transferred our son due to the lowered expectations, including little to no homework, multiple options to retake tests, and the overwhelming bias in classrooms. Our youngest son is homeschooled after we witnessed the negative impact of remote learning. While my children no longer attend D205, my tax dollars do. The Corwin Group Deep Equity Project is having a detrimental effect on our community. Students are being divided and segregated due to the Deep Equity training. Students are being bullied into silence and made to believe that if they don't go along, they put their future at risk for fear of a lower grade or a bad recommendation. Friendships are strained as kids are being segregated by characteristics of which they have no control. As this ideology crept into our schools, we have seen a decline in student performance and soaring emotional and psychological struggles. Neighbors are no longer speaking, and in some cases, relationships are being strained between parents and their children. Students and teachers are being bullied and shamed into silence for fear of their jobs and futures. Corwin's Deep Equity program and others like this are racist, bigoted programs that have no place in our schools. Counselors and child psychologists are telling us that our kids are hurting. Exposing K-12 children to these kinds of programs certainly doesn't help. What is truly puzzling is at a time when we know children are a year or more behind academically, somebody in D205 thought this was a good idea to backdoor this program into our schools when they thought no one was looking. Spending $46,000 on a racist program such as Corwin Deep Equity Program. This isn't Elmhurst and this isn't York.
Thank you. Pete Swanson.
Hi, my name is Pete Swanson. I'm sure this board agrees that the Corwin Deep Equity Program does not belong in our schools. I can understand how in the middle of last summer with COVID, this could have been snuck in by the board. A few things. Number one, who in the administration slip funding for the Deep Equity Program into the district budget? Number two, what actions have occurred to date within the district schools due to this training? Number three, is there any additional funding for implementing deep equity or other such programs in future budgets? Number four, all outside consultant programs need to be scrutinized to make certain this does not enter our schools again. Number five, board policy needs to be developed to remove all these programs from our schools K through 12. And two things, the board needs to publicly acknowledge this mistake and immediately end all programs, materials, tutorials, etc. in connection with the Corwin Deep Equity Program and any other like groups in District 205. I look forward to your response. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Chavez. Tom Chavez. Wow.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tom Chavez. At the beginning of the school year, I was invited for a sit-down with Board President Cafario, Scott Grenz, and Courtney Troutman. In that meeting, I asked explicitly if biased curriculum exists in District 205 and if critical race theory or the principles of it are being taught in Elmhurst Public Schools. The answer was an emphatic no. Since then, the district rolled out Equal Opportunity Schools and Panorama Ed. Neither of these platforms focus on academic achievement, but instead focus on social emotional learning and achieving equity and outcomes. Less publicized are the relationships with District Management Group and another platform called Corwin. If you visit the DM Group's website, the mission is clearly stated. Move from theory to practice in your district's equity vision and prioritize equity practices in your school. Most alarming is the district's relationship with Corwin and implementation of its Deep Equity Youth Stewardship Program at York. Copies of the memo are circulating in the room. Corwin displays its anti-racism statement directly on its homepage of its website at its us.corwin.com. The quote, I quote, Corwin acknowledges the presence and persistence of structural racism in our education system and our society at large and strives to actively dismantle injustice. The premise of deep equity is that student achievement is suppressed by white privilege, and the dynamics of privilege and power must be confronted to impact real change, end quote. The Youth Equity Stewardship Program encourages students to become passionate change agents and political activists for the organization's cultural worldview. It also promotes the idea that teaching is actually redistributing privilege in the service of social justice. The Corwin website is a treasure trove of information for parents seeking to better understand how critical race theory is being imposed on vulnerable children. So the question to the Board of Education is, what are you allowing into our schools? What kind of oversight is there over curriculum to ensure that it's academic and educational and not political and ideological?
30 seconds.
When will the board offer to hold a transparent and substantive forum about curriculum with parents and stakeholders like me who have been asking for months about curriculum? The placating of concerned parents and evasiveness speaks volumes about what's really going on. The deliberate concealment of this vital information regarding our children's education and well-being needs to stop now. An immediate next step for the board is a full and complete review of curriculum and a comprehensive explanation of all components. This means equal opportunity schools, Panorama Ed, the district management group, and the Corwin Deep Equity.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Board President Cafario, the buck stops with you. You and your board members owe the community nothing less than honesty and full transparency.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Collins.
Thank you. Good evening. I am John Collins. I've lived in Elmhurst for over 45 years. My daughter Elizabeth asked me to read comments to you this evening. She's traveling on business. Elizabeth was born in Elmhurst, and her son is in second grade at Field. I share Elizabeth's thoughts. We believe we solve problems by having honest and courageous conversations about them, and we value an honest education about race in this country. It may be easier to deny or avoid our challenges, but that is never how we overcome them. Every day, more and more people living in this country are beginning to understand that systemic racism is a major problem. Learning about systemic racism within our neighborhoods, in our schools, and in our workplaces is the first step in healing our divisions so that we can solve problems that harm us. Systemic racism is how laws and institutions, whether intentionally or unintentionally, work to the detriment of people of color. Systemic racism has directly harmed Black people, Indigenous people, Latinx and Asian people, and Pacific Islander people. It has also decreased the quality of life for everyone, including people who are white. We resist attempts to distort truth and rob us of our history. Learning about the history of race and how it impacts our present helps us all grow stronger, wiser, and better able to solve our current day problems. Having honest and courageous conversations about systemic racism helps us achieve the promise of racial equity. We achieve racial equity when a person's race no longer determines the opportunities in their life. Because of systemic racism, it often does to the detriment of us all. Advancing racial equity will benefit us all, strengthening our neighborhoods, our cities, and our states. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeff Romano.
Hi, my name is Jeff Romano, and I want to talk about why I moved to Elmhurst. So some of you know I'm a York grad, and when I met my amazing wife in the city and we were starting to think about where we wanted to go to raise our kids, I said, it's got to be Elmhurst. This is a great place. I grew up here, loved it, and they have amazing schools, and there's no way I was going to have my kids raised in the CPS schools, some of the worst schools in the country. So it was kind of a no-brainer, and then we got here, and I learned that it was so much more of a community. The amount of love for all the kids in the community, for a parent where you've got great bars and restaurants and a social life. There's a St. Patrick's Day parade. There's the turkey trot, Easter egg hunts. This is just an amazing place to get to know other people and have a family raised. So and on top of that, if you look at York, look what's happening now. We've got a top football team.
Could you please turn and speak into the microphone and face the board, please? Thanks.
Oh, I have to face you? Is that the rule? I didn't know this. Oh, the teacher from the principal from Lincoln didn't.
Thank you.
So,
No, the live
We can't
feed
hear
won't
you.
be able to
Thank you.
hear
so
you.
anyway, so I'll take that time back too, by the way. So we have great school programs, right? Football teams. The lacrosse team finished third in state. We've got an amazing ranked fourth girls lacrosse team. And it's all around a great place. But I saw something the other day, and it really caught my eye, and it's something that's somewhat of a positive, in that your D205 was ranked 33rd with the U.S. Best High School Rankings, which is awesome. So I thought, what were we before? Were we 50? Were we 40? No. In 2017, we were ranked 18 in the state. So what's happening? We're going the wrong way. And what that did was that made me think a little bit to take a look, because I remembered back in, 2012, Bryan and Lincoln were blue ribbon schools. We have not sniffed that ever since then. My kids were at Lincoln at the time. And then if you take a look a little bit further, since 2017, our SAT scores have been steadily declining, worse than all the other schools in the area. Our great schools ranking, and this is the one that really grabs me, because when you're looking at a house and you look at your app on Realtor.com, you look at the school and it's got the rankings for each one. When I bought my house, Lincoln was a 10, Bryan was a 10, York was a 10. York is an 8. Lincoln is an 8. I'm sorry, Bryan is an 8. Lincoln's a 4. A 4. Okay, and that's before the construction started.
30
Conrad
seconds.
Fisher is a 3. So what's my point? The eye is off the ball. I'm not going to talk about some of the other things that people said, but we are not paying attention to what's important here, and to the fact that we just got a letter from the principal that said, congratulating us on our passing rate. Passing? Do you want a physician that just passed? If I just passed in my career, I would be fired. I want excellence for our kids. And by the way, I want to make this very clear. I'm not talking about our teachers. We love our teachers. Our teachers are absolutely amazing.
That's
But
your time.
if they
Thank
are
you so
not
much.
given the proper curriculum to
Next
teach
speaker.
our kids, then they're not able to do it. If you want to learn more, come to epic205.org.
Next speaker is
Thank you.
Jason Sutherland.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jason Sutherland. I am the parent of a second grader at Hawthorne and a preschooler at Madison. I've heard a lot of criticism directed towards social emotional learning recently, and I feel compelled to say I could not possibly disagree more with this sentiment. It seems to me that many people struggle with the concept of SEL because it is difficult to measure, even more difficult to master, and its concepts are often uncomfortable or awkward to confront. But these are also the exact reasons why it is critically important for these concepts to be introduced to our children at a young age and become embedded in their educational development. Learning to manage emotions and social interactions is tricky business, to be sure. Well, let's face it, many, potentially even most, adults have challenges in these areas at times. I was fortunate enough to climb through the ranks of a highly successful investment banking firm during the course of my career. As I did so, I learned that the firm had a career coaching program for up-and-coming leaders. Despite their audience being a group of successful, technical, often Ivy League educated bankers, these coaches knew very little about the technical and mechanical side of our job. They were there to teach us how to unlock our potential in ways that fit with each of our unique personalities. Their methods seemed unusual to most and got plenty of eye rolls at the start. But at the end, most of my colleagues who gave the program a chance ended up seeing meaningful growth in their personal and professional development. Many of them went on to become partners at the firm, a firm that is extremely well regarded and continues to grow and thrive in an extremely competitive industry. SEL is applicable to all people, in all professions and all stages of life. The students of D205 will take many paths as they mature to adulthood. Some may choose careers where math or science are important. Others may choose arts, but they will all experience a range of emotions and will all be required to socialize in the world during their lifetimes. Understanding SEL concepts will help them better embrace who they are, identify their own strengths and weaknesses, and become the best versions of themselves. Said plainly, the sooner our children are given the tools to embrace the ambiguity of emotion and social interaction, the better off they will be both personally and professionally. Make no mistake, math, reading, and other more measurable skills are important for our children's development. But when all is said and done, these are skills that build the foundation for successful workers. Social emotional learning builds the foundation for successful leaders.
30 seconds.
I encourage D205 to embrace the ambiguity of SEL alongside our children and strive to develop the world's future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Abigail Stoller.
Hello, I'm Abigail Stoller, and I'm really happy to say that the rhetoric doesn't seem as heated as it had been, and I know you all have taken a lot of heat, and I'm sure that this is not a great way for you to spend Tuesday evenings all the time getting yelled at, and so I really want to thank you for really helping us navigate this and, you know, bringing us through what has been a troubled time. And you've had repeated calls for people to respect each other, and I appreciate that. And that's great. I think you should be a little more specific, though, because the website that they keep touting, even though they say they respect the teachers and love the teachers, has 2 teachers named there as targets, and 2 women teachers that are really under your protection. And I would really like you to at least directly request from them that they remove that from the website, because I think it's uncalled for, and I really think it could be dangerous. So really, I hope you'll do that. I know our children are under your protection, and my children have really thrived at Duo 5. I think it's been wonderful for them. I think the curriculum is wonderful, the teachers are wonderful, the school system's wonderful. But please, as much as you have an obligation to the students in your care, the teachers also, I think, deserve your protection. So please ask them respectfully to remove those names. And, hopefully 2 weeks from now, then I won't be back here asking that again. So thank you very much.
That's it.
Thank you. And I really want to thank you all for being respectful and listening to each other and just speaking kindly to us and to each other. So thank you very much. As you know, we don't respond to specific comments, and we will follow up as appropriate. So thank you. Now we'll move on with the next part of the agenda. The next item up is approval of board meeting minutes. Approval of regular board minutes, January 25th, 2022. Were there any changes to those? Okay, then those minutes stand as presented. Next item is approval of closed session minutes, January 25th, 2022. Those stand as presented. We have 2 reports and presentations tonight. The first one is a facilities update, so I will turn it over to Mr. Schmidt, who is going to fill us in and give us a facility update. Thank you.
Good evening. A little bit to start out with the facilities update, show you some of the photos of Lincoln Elementary School. You got a little bit of those earlier this evening. Project is right on schedule. Actually, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Everything is ready to go. Every day is something, the finishes, the walls, the flooring, everything is just coming together here every single day. ICI is doing an excellent job of making sure the contractors stay on schedule, so we hit that milestone to be ready to go prior to the start of school. We have some furniture that's scheduled to be delivered and installed that first week of July for some of the office furniture, the classroom furniture, the makers, basically everything that we have out there. This picture here just shows you the learning stairs where they're finishing up the final framing. Then they'll put in the finishes on that. As you can see up here is the classrooms. We already had the ceiling grid in and light in most of those classrooms. The second floor is farther along than the first as they go through the building. The walls are already painted in there. We have most of the office framed up and ready to go, the breakout rooms, and even the security gates that we have out there to section off each of the individual pods in case there's an intruder or something into the buildings. In the gym, we have all the equipment installed. Actually, everything's painted in there. They have the basketball hoops in there, the shutters, they're putting those in for the storm shelter. It's ready for flooring here, hardwood floors in the next couple weeks. All the bathrooms, we already have the tile up on the floors and the wall. Going to start putting the fixtures in there here very shortly. With the rest of our construction projects that we have coming up for Field, Fisher, Jefferson, and Jackson, as we start laying out our, if the board has approved everything and we start laying out our schedules with Field, just like Lincoln we did last year, soon as school's out, we'll start moving everything out of there that we're gonna keep. Then we'll start working on the abatement, working on the demo and construction, and that should be ready to go August in 2023. With Fisher and the different phases that we have, we're looking at starting about mid-March, March 14th, depending on the weather. As soon as we get up out of the ground, we should be good to go with that one. We're looking at an estimated completion time of September 15th, obviously with weather. Part of that with September 15th on all these additions that I'm going to show you there is in the bottom left. We've started to hear some rumblings from our contractors about some of the equipment that potentially have some longer lead times than we anticipated. Now, we are working through the problem. ICI is working with that contractor, that subcontractor, to see if there's an alternate piece of equipment that we can get in there based off of what we spec'd, and then working with White to see if that fits our project, and if we have to, we'll get a different piece of standard equipment. So ICI is working that problem along with White on some of these things that we've been hearing from our contractors and our vendors and our suppliers. With Fisher, the classroom renovations inside of the buildings with the hallway, it's going to start right after school, as soon as we move the stuff out of there, and they'll be ready to go August 8th. The Media Center renovations, we'll start that once we have the addition completed for those 6 classrooms. Then we give the building some time to reconfigure some of the space in there, because we'll be giving them 6 classrooms to take up some of that space within the building. Then starting Christmas break, we'll start doing the interior renovations for the Media Center and the Maker Space. And then the rest of the work will start in May of 2023 and be finished up in 2023 in August with the interior corridor renovations and some of those other things that we have out there. Same thing with Jefferson and Jackson are pretty identical. Those additions will start for the Media Center, and with Jackson, the Media Center and the classroom around March 14th and finishing up around the 15th. Interior renovations will both start June 3rd, finish up August 8th. And the site work that we have out there for both those buildings, as soon as school is ready to go, we'll start that June 1st, and that should be ready to go August 8th. Same thing with weather pending. As we look at some of the other projects we have out here, just kind of give you a snapshot of where we are with our summer capital that we have out there. We've had received some bids and quotes back in there on some of those projects, as you can see up there. Tonight you're going to be approving the roof replacements for York and Emerson. One was over, one was under. Of the $2 million we had budgeted, is coming in about $1.7 million. The replacement at York roof came in very well for our budgeting purposes. So as we look at that, we'll start to get those numbers in here over the next month or so. These are just some of the smaller projects that we're running in-house internally on a part of our summer capital plan outside of the referendum. Any questions?
Yeah, Todd, do you have any insight as to some of the projects are similar and yet very different cost? An example, the roofs. I'm assuming that it's just a portion of York and then maybe more of Emerson.
They're roof replacements, but they're different types. If you look at the field house, it's one big 60,000 square foot area. There's no air handling units on there, rooftop units, nothing. It's just take the roof off, put a new one back on there. A big job, a bigger job, get some economies of scale. With Emerson, as we started looking at it, and it's just the field house there.
Okay.
With Emerson, it's about 90% of the roof we're redoing. We found some issues when we did some core samples and some previous roofs. The 2 previous roofs that were put in where there was the roofing put on, and then before they put on another roof, years later, they put like a little thin layer of concrete in there, then put another roof on top of that. So initially we were looking at doing, so it's basically the roof, a little thin layer of concrete, and another roof. This project with this one is to rip that all off and just go fresh, down to the deck, 20-year warranty on the roof instead of only taking part of the roof off at a time. So that one's a little bit more complicated, and it's not just one big area, it's multiple sections because there was different additions on that building too. So it's a roof replacement, similar, but a little bit different.
And then the other question was it looked like the playground surfacing. It seemed like quite a bit different.
Well,
between
one
the
was
two
for the
schools.
playground and surfacing, and one was just for the surfacing. That's probably how I
that's
put it
why
up
the
there. I can
slash.
see that.
Got
Yeah,
it.
one is just for the rubberized surfacing, and one is for the playground and the surfacing. So that's why those are the little bit different numbers out there.
Gotcha. Is Jefferson's playground moving?
It
Just
is
re-
because part of the renovation work out there, there is a lot of site work, and we have to redo some of the drainage back there. So we have to remove the playground so we can get reshape that and put in some storm drains out there, and then put another one in its place.
Okay, so that makes sense. Last question. On our consent agenda, we have a bunch of asbestos abatements. And I noticed one of them is listed in this project, but not all of them. Is it just the timing? So field is listed, but the others weren't.
Yeah, the other ones, the abatement are going to be there when they start on the 2nd. I didn't specifically put that one out because the abatement for this one is going to take a lot longer on there. But all buildings have abatement work that we have to do in there, either it be flooring, ceilings, pipe insulation, things like that. So all 4 of these are for these projects here too.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so, I mean, it's kind of a big disclaimer there in bold blue on the bottom, so I just wanted to dig into that a little bit. So first, as it relates to Lincoln, any issues for those items with regards to the construction there, or do we already have the equipment that we need on site and it's committed?
Yeah, we're committed for Lincoln. Everything is pretty much, the big things that were delayed are already installed and they're wiring them up right now. So we expect no delays for anything for Lincoln right now.
Okay, and remind me how much cushion's there between, I know it always goes down to the last day, but how much cushion is built in between school starting and construction supposed to be completed?
Well, with me moving the furniture in the first week of July, the bulk of the construction will be completed because I can't move my furniture in until everything is done, the flooring and everything is done in the classroom. So right now, as we look at it, we'll have major construction done there probably right by the end of July. And that gives us time to move other things in there, move miscellaneous equipment in there and things like that.
Yep. And was that similar amount of time frame as what we did at Edison, 6 weeks-ish?
It was a little bit, not as much. Edison was more close to start of school because of it was the addition plus the interior renovations, where the interior renovations were getting pretty close to that. Since this is all brand new, it's a little bit easier, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, and then lastly, are we making any adjustments to our bidding procedures and just the timing of things in response to that?
Yes. I mean, as you look at it, we have with the two that you approved at the last board meeting, but we knew that we would have some long lead time issues with some of the mechanical and electrical. That's why we did a pre-purchase of those and approved those before we approved some of the renovation work. So as we start developing our bid schedules for the upcoming projects, what we call them Phase 4 for Churchville, Bryan, and Sandburg, we're looking to have the same thing, have those out and bid and awarded this year.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sounds good. Just keep us updated as you get more data points on that topic area. So it's kind of a big area. Thank you.
Just a quick one. Do we have any early indications on that summer capital slide about where those numbers are falling in for the 5 remaining? 5?
I'll have the numbers. We're
Categories.
still working on Hawthorne as what we're trying to do. We're trying to incorporate some green space or potential area since it's all blacktop of maybe like a little modified field turf area. So we're still costing that out. York Library, we're still working on that because it might be a little bit bigger project, not just the library, but how they utilize that whole space across the hall too. So we're kind of looking at it as a holistic approach of here's how it should look like, and then can we take off in chunks. So it's that one's out there. We don't have the final. We're just starting to get some numbers onto it to see where we go with that one. The flooring is going to be right there at 360. As we sit there, we allocate money, we start working on our flooring, and that will be pretty much right at that 360 number. The restrooms, that's going to probably be a little bit less. I got the numbers for the materials for the tile and things. This restroom is actually the restroom just on either side of the Campbell Gym, the main ones that everybody would come in, those big ones. And the scoreboard is right at 100. We haven't fully vetted out what type of board we're getting and how big, but based off of those numbers were the same contractor that put the board in the pool area, gave me those budgetary numbers to fall in. So it's kind of where we are with those ones.
So just quick touch on the York Library and how you're talking about that could be an increased scope. Is that something that would be incorporating a project that would have later been taken on?
Well, a lot of it is going in there is flooring and finishes as we would sit there and looking at it with our district-wide flooring replacement as we go in there and hit hallways, classrooms, other areas that not included in the referendum. And it's just how they kind of use those spaces, with the Ellis room and things like that. So we're taking the same approach that we would do when we go into these renovations of these other buildings and looking at how the space is utilized and not just do something, but make sure we do it within budget to effectively utilize the space to the best potential for that building. And there's also some things that they're looking at potentially taking some of the classrooms with their podcast area and things like that, and publications, and how big the news studio room is that they have in there, and maybe chopping up that space just a little bit because it's not used as efficient or effectively as it was, or not as it was, as they're using it now, I should say. Because the spaces have always been the same, but they utilize them totally different from 2004 when they built it. So it's kind of evolved and things like that. So we just want to make sure we just don't go in and do something without really looking at everything that goes on in those areas. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the fact that we're not just spending money to, put new paint, and just renovating what we have, but to look at how the students in our buildings are using that space. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Todd.
Thanks, Ted. It's a really nice presentation, very thorough. I just want to talk a little bit about the summer capital. Are we budgeted at $4 million there?
Initially, we were out there on that one. Is Jackson's Playground and resurfacing was actually scheduled for next year.
Okay.
But since we board approved the alternate, the playground has to go bye-bye. Because the alternate, as we sit there, where we're putting the alternate for the classroom addition, that's going to encroach into the playground area for the construction. So we had to take that one out. So I just shuffled it around with hoping that the roofing numbers would come in, so a little bit better. So it's kind of where we're at. But basically off of that, that just moves up our, based off our life cycle and our playground renovations, that outside of field, all the main playgrounds at all the elementary schools will be updated with the rubberized surfacing in there. So we're actually ahead of schedule.
And I can appreciate that, and it kind of summarizes that differential of the, well, no, it's actually less than that, but just being, 300,000 estimated over budget, or almost 400,000, just how are we holding ourselves to the 4 million? That's just kind of, I'm putting that out there. I'm not really looking for a response, but we budget at 4 million. We have flexibility and our needs change over time. So how do we stay as close to our budget as we can? When we keep having projects that are coming in over, and it's nice to see the roofing that came in under, but clearly not enough to keep us at the 4 million. So just want to be mindful about that.
The black figures are under budget, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
Am I looking at it wrong?
Twist, the negative numbers are over budget.
I'm looking at 4.385.
Numbers are under, so, yeah. So what they're saying is that so far
we're under. With 6 more projects waiting. Right. All right, I'll take that. I'm still at, but I was looking at the 4.385. It should be in red. I got it. We're good. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know. I am talking. Instructional materials selection adoption for 2022, 2023. And just as a reminder, this is part of the regular process. In the fall, the board looks at course proposals and any course adjustments, and those are looked at and must come to the board for approval. And in the spring, every year, we look at course materials, any changes or adoption, and they are presented. And then they are, as you will hear tonight, out for the community to view for 30 days before the board takes action. That is a regular process. And just, in addition this year, in looking at curriculum and instruction, the board recently reviewed policy section 6, which deals with instruction, and those updates based on law changes and current realities were approved last in January. Does that sound right? And just recently. So I just wanted to give a little background to the process, and I think any other points of the process are in the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Grenz, and you're welcome to go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. As Board Member Cafario stated, tonight we will be presenting our instructional materials selection and adoption process. A little new this year, we are going to explain a bit more about our process. But first, before we do that, I wanted to introduce my colleagues and their roles. So if they could come on up real quick.
Hi, I'm Katie Lyons, the Director of Literacy.
Carrie Leischel, Director of Curriculum and Instructional Support.
Ariana Leonard, Director of Language Acquisition.
Thank you. So welcome again. You met Katie, Carrie, and Ariana. If we could go to the next slide, please, or maybe I have it. All right. So as representatives from their different areas of focus, for this evening's presentation, we are going to be focusing in on English language arts, social emotional learning, and world language. We wanted to first highlight a few updates and provide some context around tonight's presentation. If you recall, all the way back in May of 2019, we did a survey that we called Student, Teacher, Parent Perspectives on Stress, Homework, Activities, and Course Taking. One of the outcomes was the development of our common syllabus template. A lot has occurred since that time, but we never really had a chance to bring that back forward and to highlight the purposes that it serves around alignment and transparency for all our students in grades 6-12. So if you have a student in grades 9-12, on day one, you can expect that they receive a syllabus and a syllabi from their teachers. Syllabi are optional for our students in grades 6-8. However, we do request that our teachers, if they are going to use a syllabus in the middle school, that they use the District 205 template. So that was helpful in getting us aligned again and providing some of that transparency. An additional update I wanted to highlight is the curriculum and objection form. So this is new this year. We started it in August of 2020, that should say 21. For any student, parent, guardian, or other person with suggestions or complaints about curriculum, instructional materials, or programs. It's a procedural step. It allows us to facilitate the conversation and to access that with the principal. And then after that is submitted, we do a review and we do follow up with the parent, the student, or whoever else it might be that completes that form. The other item there, as we said, is a routine procedure. That's tonight. This has been going on since 2011. And as it was pointed out to you a minute ago, this process involves materials on display for 30 days, and we're going to go into way more depth about that this evening. So a little bit of a snapshot of just some of the past selection items to give a little bit of perspective. This is a historical look back, again, only in the areas of English language arts, social and emotional learning, and world language, as those are the three areas of focus for this evening's materials. So in English Language Arts, in 2018-2019, we had Fontes and Pinnell, but specifically the phonics spelling and word study program related to what is often called F&P. In 2016, 2017, in grades K-5, there was a program called Schoolwide. And more particular, we also had Core Knowledge Language Arts, also known as CKLA, and K1. In social and emotional learning, there was a policy adopted in 2011, and I wanted to just share that with you. It is called literally Student Social and Emotional Development. And that policy from 2011 states that student social and emotional development shall be incorporated in the district's educational program and shall be consistent with the social and emotional development standards to be contained in the Illinois Learning Standards. So while we adopted that in 2011, we don't currently have what we call a Tier 1, which is a large scale or whole group curricular adoption for it. In the area of world language, a lot of the materials currently in existence are from 2009. So that's again going to serve for a little bit more of an impetus this evening around some of the more what we're calling Tier 1, which is large scale whole group curricular adoptions. You saw this timeline, I think, in the last potentially 2 to 3 presentations. We're trying to bring this back into the foreground to give a little bit of perspective this year around how we're utilizing student data and all the decisions that we're making. We talked before about how we've been engaging leaders, principals, directors, assistant principals, coaches, and teachers. And you saw before that tonight's goal is to really engage you around some of these materials displayed for recommendation. We are going to analyze our winter map data and share that with you. That has been moved to the March 15th agenda. And then also as we get into March, April, May, and June, we're going to be doing a little bit more of an analysis of our spring data, the adjustment of our school improvement goals, some root cause analysis work for next year, goal setting for next year, and even professional learning planning for the year ahead. As we mentioned, the process is very routine, dating back to 2011, but we haven't really spelled out for you exactly the amount of depth of work that's gone into making these decisions related to instructional materials. So I want to just share our process with you and all of the things that went through to get to us where we are this evening. So you have 4 steps or phases. Each one of these phases will serve as a subheading or a category or chapter, if you will, for each of the next slides my colleagues will be sharing with you tonight. The first phase involved the analysis of student and teacher data. You'll hear snapshots of what that looked like. The second was the examination of research-based practices, and we'll share a few examples of that research at a high level. You will leave here much smarter than you already are. The third, that was a joke, is the engagement of stakeholders. Clearly didn't go well, which hopefully we will be doing as well this evening. But we will be sharing with you a little bit more about who is involved in some of these decisions, the committee structures that were designed by my colleagues, as well as the work that continues in those committees as recently as even this week. And then the last step, step 4, is the identification of opportunities to what we're calling elevate instruction and promote student outcomes. So again, the phases you will see throughout the presentation as subheadings, with our first up is the analysis of student data.
Thanks, Scott. So the first set of data that we'll look at in terms of our analysis of student data is to the left of your screen. There's 2 sets of tables. The first table at the top highlights 4 years of our Illinois Assessment of Readiness assessment data. So our student achievement data in ELA from grades 3 through 8. And then below that table, highlighted in the green bars, are evidence-based reading and writing assessment data from the SAT. So a trend that has emerged from our achievement data is that although our average student achievement data is above the national average, we are seeing a plateau effect. What this means is that we are not seeing a statistically significant increase or decrease in the data within the various categories of meeting, exceeding, etc., and literacy. Based on these trends, we have collected additional data through an audit of our materials and instructional practices that we'll share with you tonight.
So when we're looking at the screen and you look at the middle column, Dr. Gren shared this data with you at the last meeting, but it really highlights that for the first time as a district, we collected data and will continue to see the impact of social emotional learning. So the student survey provided a systematic way to to elevate student voice, to identify trends of what students view as their areas of strength and areas for continued development. This is also a starting point to how our classes support students' social emotional development. So for example, we can see that grit is an area of growth for us as a district, and that really focuses on, are we providing students opportunities to set and monitor their progress on goals?
And for world language, which are the last two tables on your right, we looked at total student enrollment in world language courses in grades 6 through 12, and then the number of students who are earning the seal of biliteracy and the commendation toward biliteracy since the seal of biliteracy became a thing in Illinois since 2015 up until last year. So that was the data that we looked at. We noticed that there was a little bit of a discrepancy with the number of awards that we were getting, since the seal of biliteracy as it stands is voluntary and it's optional for students. And so we thought that this would be a really good opportunity for us to increase seal and commendation awards if we looked at our curriculum and how we could embed some progress monitoring for our students.
So the additional set of data that we looked at is we explored an analysis of our teacher data. Again, on the left-hand side, you'll see a box that highlights an inventory of data that we took from K-5 teachers. So in December, we had 110 K-5 teachers complete an inventory that asked them to reflect on their usage, planning, and assessment of whole group grade level reading and writing instruction. The most compelling trends included that 75% of our teachers report creating their own materials, 71% report spending 3 or more hours a week planning for reading instruction, and just to note, our K-5 teachers teach all content areas, and 86% report creating their own reading assessments. This prompted the need for us to continue to audit the materials provided by the district to determine why these trends exist for our teachers.
When you look at the pie chart below the bar graph up there, you can see that after teachers reviewed their own individual student data at the January Institute Day, they identified an area that they wanted to support students with for the remainder of the year that is aligned to one of the 5 CASEL competencies. So self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. So these commitments support the SEL practices in the classroom, but teachers are eager to support students holistically in explicit instruction to develop social emotional learning competencies.
And the bar graph that you see in the upper right-hand corner is after we reviewed the student data, we surveyed all of the 612 world language teachers to see what their priorities were regarding our curriculum as it currently exists and the curricular resources that we utilize. The teachers overwhelmingly wanted a curricular resource that provided authentic texts in the target language to support their curriculum. So that request became one of the criteria when we were evaluating possible resources.
So the second phase of our process was to examine research-based practices. What you'll see on the right-hand side now is a reading rope. And I'm going to highlight and talk through a little bit of the research-based approach here embedded within the reading rope. So as we engaged in learning walks with school leaders and as we audited our current D205 curricular resources, we utilized the research highlighted in this rope developed by Dr. Hollis Scarborough. The reading rope consists of lower and upper strands. The lower strand represents the word recognition strands that work together as a reader becomes more accurate, fluent, and increasingly automatic with repetition and practice. Concurrently, the language comprehension strands reinforce one another and then weave together with the word recognition strands to produce a skilled reader. This does not happen overnight. It requires instruction and practice over time with a coherent and systematic approach to reading and writing instruction across all grade levels.
When thinking about the research around social emotional learning, we look to the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, or CASEL. And so on your left-hand side, you can see the CASEL wheel, which again highlights those 5 competencies and has been our foundational learning that we've gone through as a district. And so as we were considering resources for adoption, we really were looking to them as they have a program guide which highlights evidence-based programming that is a holistic approach to all 5 competencies. And so really looking at their research around what curricular resources are endorsed.
And for world language, there are numerous benefits to learning a language and becoming bilingual and biliterate, including academic achievement, cognitive benefits, and brain development. And so in world language, we follow the ACTFL proficiency levels and standards. The inverted pyramid, which is the thing in the picture in the middle, sorry. The inverted pyramid represents the functions of the major language levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, superior, and distinguished. These proficiency levels drive our curriculum for each language level. So for example, students in the middle school level operate in the novice range, and then they progress through as they get into the high school. To earn the seal of biliteracy, students need to be performing at an intermediate high level in the 4 language domains of listening, speaking, reading, and writing.
So the last item around research-based practices may not seem like research at all, but it's the Illinois Learning Standards. And it's important to note that they are research and evidence-based, and the standards do drive our work, helping our teachers understand and strive to achieve mastery for our students, and again, focusing in on what is research-based, just like you heard from the colleagues. As the statement says on the slide, the Illinois Learning Standards establish expectations for what all students should know and be able to do in each subject at each grade level to ensure success in college, career, and life. The last phase, or second to last, I should say, sorry, is the engagement of stakeholders. So this third step in our process, and this is a high-level slide to give you a little perspective of what that looked like, was a continuous process starting in October, where we launched our district-wide planning, including the review of data with principals, that was also utilized to develop our D205 instructional focus areas and identify the instructional materials and the associated professional learning for those materials. At a school level, we continue to utilize data, the district focus areas and instructional areas to dig deeper into some of our school-specific planning. And again, you will start to see us beginning to look ahead, obviously not forgetting about the work that still exists this year, specifically as it relates to adjusting school improvement plans for this year using data, recalibrating our action plans related to those, looking at the committees that still exist and are still working at some of the planning related to it, including the professional learning, but ensuring that next year's school professional learning is developed before the end of this year so that we have a very strong start to next year and a focused outcome with our professional learning. For a more granular look, and by granular I mean small font, the engagement of stakeholders. I didn't develop this slide clearly, but I am going to give you a little bit more about it. The development of our instructional focus areas for SEL, ELA, and world language had each of the directors engaged with our teachers and building leaders through a committee structure. You'll see there just a few examples of what the committees looked like and what they did. Everything from participating in learning walks, receiving feedback throughout the process about possible instructional materials, weighing out what that might look like, involving teachers directly in the review and the application of that work. The work in the committees, as I have mentioned twice now, is ongoing, and it's still focusing on the student data to craft the vision, to identify the materials and assessments, to audit our current instructional practices, which was a big part of the work that led us to where we are, and to, again, determine those professional learning needs for the future. Again, each of these curricular resources recommended this evening were proposed after the engagement of stakeholders, including teachers, building leaders, through these existing committee structures. Our last phase here is the identification of opportunities to elevate instruction and promote student outcomes.
So as we engaged in this four-step process which included analyzing our data, using research and standards-based practices to examine our current materials and practices, and engage stakeholders, we identified the following instructional priorities for ELA. Execute instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and promotes foundational skills and knowledge building with complex text sets and aligned writing tasks. And to get us here and achieve our student outcomes, we've identified our grades K3 word recognition instructional materials as foundations, our grades K5 language comprehension instructional materials as wit and wisdom and geodes, and our grades 9 to 12 language comprehension instructional materials, including a textbook for journalism and various English novels.
As we look at the SEL priorities, again, after completing that process, we've identified that our main priority for the 22-23 school year will be to execute instructional practices that promote students' social and emotional development and continue to deepen adult SEL competencies. And to support that, we are looking to adopt Random Act of Kindness Foundation's Kindness in the Classroom as a middle school weekly curricular resource for FLL, or Flexible Learning Lab, once a week.
And for world languages, our priorities are to execute instruction with revised curricular resources, assessments, and progress monitoring tools that provide alignment across 612 and that lead to an increased number of students who are earning the seal of biliteracy and or the commendation toward biliteracy by 12th grade. So we were recommending that we adopt the use of the Apple assessment, which is the assessment that is used for the seal of biliteracy, as an annual end of year assessment so students can track their progress towards biliteracy. And then all 4 languages are proposing to adopt the Adios textbook. And then Chinese is also requesting the Pandi Reader, and French is also requesting the Te Branche. So I don't speak very good French, so excuse my pronunciation, for that curricular resource.
So while the process that we explained this evening and the actual policy for it dates back to 2011, we do have some nuances to our approach this year. Starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., we are launching a microsite at elmhurst205.org. The site will allow for all of these instructional materials to be available for public display and review from now until March 25th. From tomorrow morning until March 25th. All the users will have to do is go to elmhurst205.org, click on resources. There will be an icon for instructional materials, wording from instructional materials for 22-23, and it will provide all of the access for those. For any materials we do not have available online that can be perused through different links, they will be available in the district office for public display. Again, we utilized that process in the past, but oftentimes having things only available physically was not as accessible, transparent, or readily available for anyone interested. Another new addition is this year we have a review form that we've developed called the Review Form, Instructional Materials for 22-23. Clearly, we're lacking a little bit of creativity, so we're going to work on that too. But that will allow for us to have a two-way communication with anyone in the learning community who wants to review, again, any one of those materials. One of the questions on the form will ask for contact information and whether or not the provider wants to be contacted, and we hope to engage in that communication to learn more about any of the concerns or any of the feedback about the items for display. Again, that will go live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. elmhurst205.org under Resources, Instructional Materials for 22-23. And then we plan to have an update and any recommendations at the April 12th Board of Education meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to take a moment to thank the team for presenting. What you saw tonight was a snippet of the amount of time and thought, intentionality, and analysis that have gone into really looking deeply at our data. We can all agree that as a learning organization, there's always opportunities to improve. We can all agree that as a learning organization, we can reflect on the things that we have put in place and how that has led to the achievement of our students. But as a learning organization, we have to look deeply at what are the opportunities for us to move the needle forward. I think that it's really important to emphasize the idea of that the recommendations that are coming to you tonight presented by our team is embedded in the analysis of our data and where we feel the strongest opportunities lie for us to continue to support our phenomenal teachers and staff that's within our buildings. We know that giving teachers and equipping teachers with highly effective, research-based, guaranteed, and viable curricular resources in combination with high leverage, effective best practices in terms of teaching, the combination of those two together significantly impacts and improves the outcomes of our students. A lot of data was shared with you earlier on and looking at specifically, and I want to just call this out, just to connect the dots of where we've been as a district and the work that we've gone into. As a district, we use and currently use Fontes and Pinnell. That is something that should ring true to our board members in our community. You have heard about Fontes and Pinnell. If you are within the grades currently of a kindergartner and in the elementary grades, part of the conversation that you will have with your teachers actually is around your students' Fontes and Pinnell level. With the Fontes and Pinnell level, the district has spent and invested resources as well as professional learning and training to help build the muscle and the capacity of our teachers to provide differentiated instruction in a guided reading setting. That means students are given a Fontes and Pinnell assessment. How many times a year? This is not a quiz. You don't have to answer. 3 times. You got it right. 3 times a year to really track and monitor the progress. Once that level is identified, they're then paired with appropriate text that continues to build their comprehension, their word knowledge, and their understanding. What we now see is that that work is one component of a comprehensive English language arts program for our students. What we are proposing tonight is that the curricular resources as it relates to guided reading and level literacy interventions is still in place and will continue. What the proposals for tonight is to come alongside and to also serve as an opportunity to provide a more holistic learning experience in terms of equipping our teachers with the appropriate recommendations. From our initial looking and analysis of our data, we have also identified that there is great opportunities in 2 particular areas. At the end of each year, our students in elementary take a summative assessment called the IAR, okay? When we talk about looking at and monitoring the continual achievement, we often associate that at the elementary level to IAR. We associate that at the high school level to SAT. What our team is now currently doing is doing a deep analysis of our instructional pedagogy and our practices, coupled with the resources, to see how those resources are supporting our students when they sit down and take a rigorous assessment. So when we talk about making reference to certain school levels and certain outcomes holistically, we have to really start looking at how do we potentially address some of the current gaps that exist within our curricular resources, within our instructional framework, and then begin to address those with the resources, with the pedagogical practices, and looking at the individual needs of our students. All of that is important to this conversation of our continuous improvement and our attention to moving forward. As you can see, I'm extremely passionate about this topic. In terms of our analysis of our IAR, I'm going to get that right, we've identified that there have been substantially 2 particular areas where we continue to see our greatest opportunities. Those areas are written expressions and language conventions. These are 2 categories of focus on, guess what, the IAR readiness assessment that they take. So historically, we need to make sure that we are not only meeting the individual needs of our students, but we're preparing our students when they sit down and take such rigorous assessments as in IAR and the SAT. So through the analysis, again, I want to emphasize this, that we're not bringing in recommendations that have not been extremely and deeply vetted. Also the engagement, and again, I want to recognize and not take the work that has been done lightly by our team through the analysis of our student data, through the continual audit of our instructional practices and resources, through our collaboration as well as our engagement with our teachers and our leaders, we have identified that the 2 areas of improvement because of our current materials and practices, which we currently provide, there are some opportunities to strengthen that and to build more of a connection between building our students' reading and writing experiences. This disconnect or opportunity to access of complex texts and engage in very deep critical analysis and thinking, conversation, and writing in an integrated reading and writing experience will be addressed, in our professional opinion, will be addressed through the recommended resources. And we believe that one of the outcomes of that will then also be able to continue to support the very hard work and the dedication that each of our teachers are putting to meeting the needs of all of our learners. Now you may go to the slide that says, thank you.
There you go. Thank you.
Is that all? Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's all.
I hope so.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you for making the connections. No, that's fantastic. All right, questions? Chris?
Yeah, I had a few questions, Scott. So first, could you go back to the slide that says analysis of student data on the top of it there? Yeah. So what is that exactly in the top left? Can you zoom in on that? Or?
We can't. Yeah,
I'm trying to
sorry about that.
So what?
No,
sorry.
We debated at great length whether or not to make these one slide or not. So that's the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. Those are
for what grades is that?
That's probably 3-8.
So that's K through 5. 3 through 8. Okay.
That's just 3 to 8 ELA.
Okay. And I'm just looking at in the memo, right? So which of these things that is up for approval is targeting? Obviously, we'd like to break the trend there, because it's not, none of us like that trend. So what on here is aimed at that?
Yeah, I think it's a great point and a good question. You're going to see both two items as it relates to our ELA Tier 1. Wit and Wisdom is one of the items.
Okay.
And then the other is going to be foundations. And as Dr. Campbell articulated, what the data, as well as the engagement of stakeholders, the auditing of instructional materials has shown us is we clearly have a disconnect around reading and writing, currently living in separate territories versus a more integrated approach. So oftentimes, for example, when you look at written expression as a subcomponent of our data, which is an area in which we receive achievement data on, or even growth data, we won't oftentimes do as well as we think we could had we had stronger resources and professional learning to go with that. So that's one area that we've been able to zero in to really start to see and say, hey, with these resources, with progress monitoring, with professional learning, we are going to see an increase in our student data as it relates, as you pointed out, to the IAR.
Okay, got it. So those are the two to zero in on. Okay, understood. And then on the next page, if you don't mind flipping, yeah. So that bullet in the top left there, like what does that mean exactly?
Around the creation of
So
own materials?
Three-quarters of the teachers are creating their own
Correct.
materials for assessment. Does that mean that we're not providing the systems needed to conduct said assessments?
Well, some of it is that. I don't know if I'd say it's not providing, or they're not feeling like what they have is adequate in reaching what they feel their students' needs are. So they've expressed, and these are just snapshots. There was, many, many more questions, but these were some of the trending items that pointed up regarding what they're doing. I mean, teachers are going to prep and prepare materials. That's part of their role. However, we thought these were significant in terms of the amount of teachers that are doing their own creation with materials, that had we had and given some different, oversight and I think support, that number would hopefully be much less, because they would feel they had what they needed.
And which of these is the same two that address that?
In terms of that issue,
Yeah.
I think all three are going to
Okay.
relate to that. Absolutely.
Okay, got it. All right, then just on the prior page again. So how do we quantify one's grit? Like where's the middle data coming from on there?
Where's the middle? Sorry.
The middle box there. The percentages and
Oh,
like
yes.
how it compares to
So
a
those are
national average.
students' perceptions of themselves as it relates to that category. So when we look at grit, we're looking at things like, are they challenged? Are they setting goals? And I think that is where we need to go next with some of those, either curricular resources or even planning items related to students in the classroom. So when you're seeing that number, that's their student self-perception as it relates to their responses to questions around grit. So how do they see themselves handling situations that require grit?
Okay, got it. And then lastly, at the beginning, you kind of outlined the procedures, and folks, if they have any objections, they can fill out a form essentially, and they have 30 days to do so. But that form was put in place not just for this, but that's been in place, right? Have we received any complaints through that process?
So we've always displayed materials for 30 days in accordance with that policy, but we did not have a way that was structured and formalized in terms of a feedback structure. So typically, if someone came in and wanted to see a novel that was being brought forth, they would potentially contact the school, or they would contact a member from the learning and teaching department. We wanted to provide more access and direct feedback so that anyone could access that form online. And there's a question that we'll ask, do you wish to be contacted? And if so, what's your preferred method of communication, so that we can follow up and have a two-way dialogue with everyone in that scenario. That form goes live tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So we're hoping it'll formalize the process more, allow for that transparency, and allow for the two-way dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, that form is different from the current form that exists for curriculum objection, I think. And so that particular form has been put in place as a procedure since the board has since updated your policies.
Right, and have we gotten any feedback on that form since it was put in place?
The curriculum objection form, we have not received any. We have handed it out. We have never received one back to date this year.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it's been handed out to people that haven't, come with concerns?
Yes, we've had specifically 3 occasions in which concerns and complaints have been brought forth. That form has been distributed on each of those occasions, and we have never received the form back in any completed format.
Thanks for clarifying. Okay, I just have a question to kind of clarify. Can you go back to the rainbow? I'll call it the rainbow.
Actually, I think we
slide.
called it the same thing today.
Well, not that one. The IAR
Okay.
data. Okay. So just to clarify, so there's 4. We've got 4 years of data, but the students did not take the test, in 1920, correct? So the last two. So you have like the one on the right would be this last school year, but there's a year that they did not take it, which was the pandemic year. Not that this isn't, but and then that second one to the left is prior to the pandemic, correct?
I don't know about that, to be honest. Was that correct? Yeah.
1819, right?
Yeah. I mean, I can't see it, but I do. We had the 1 year off. I just don't know which year it was.
Yeah, well, I think it was 19.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was a spring. Do they take it in the spring?
They
Sorry.
take it in the spring, correct.
Okay. All right. Because I just think that's a little bit of a point to note that's, that data is after the pandemic and the one next to it is pre-pandemic, and there's a year in between. And then could you the table underneath or the graph underneath, can you just explain what that is? Because either I missed it or I can't read it, and I'm sorry.
So that's our SAT data.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know what the subcomponents are on the bottom. I apologize.
Math and English schools.
So you'll see two sets of data. The green data, which are the left bars, are the SAT data from our evidence-based reading and writing scores, but the percentages that you're seeing are the percent of our students who took the SAT that are meeting benchmarks. And so you'll see that there are 80%, 82%, 83%, and then yes, the dip, after COVID, or the dip in 2021, but you'll see sort of not really a significantly different increase or decrease based on the percent of our students meeting SAT benchmarks in the evidence-based reading and writing assessment.
Was the SAT given in 2020? Yes. And then in 2021
Thanks.
it was given, but was it given at the same time? I thought it was given at a different time of
It
year.
was adjusted. The time was adjusted, but the window was reopened, I believe, for specific students. Wasn't it?
Right.
Fall.
Yeah,
And it was not
given, but
mandatory?
It was not mandatory.
Yeah, in the fall, I believe.
Is that what the
That's
asterisk
important.
next to the 2020 year represents? What does that asterisk represent?
I don't know, to be honest. We could follow up with you if you'd like, though.
Yeah.
We clearly need to have more visible data in the future. We'll definitely take that in. We had talked about elongating this and having it be separate slides, so I think that's necessary for the next presentation.
But Kevin, did you say that the SAT was not required last year?
So the SAT in 2021 was not required for all students. There was like a window of opportunity. And so we can follow up on why the asterisk is in 2020 versus 2021.
Okay, because I think that's an important, when you see the dip, I like to know why there's a dip. And so I think that's an important point, that it was not required. And I, just from my own experience with my own children, a lot of schools did not require a test score. And so I know a lot of students who you might have thought would have taken it didn't.
Did not.
Well, we have seen that dip in data as it relates to less students taking exams, even with MAP. However, everything we brought forth in terms of instructional materials, we've looked years back. So we're not making decisions based on just the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yep.
We've gone longitudinally back to, I think, as early as almost 2008 in certain studies. So we've really tried to make the decisions based on long-term data, obviously looking at some of the more current pieces with the decisions that need to be made now, especially with the SIPs, but the decisions that we're bringing forth are really, really going back years past.
Yeah, that's good. I just wanted to clarify and, make sure that I was understanding the two graphs. So, all right, somebody else? Courtney?
Just a quick follow-up one to something that Chris said, going back to that, the ELA, K-5 ELA usage and planning. I think, what are they calling it? I think it's the one after that one, right? Teachers, yeah. I there's a lot of significant information in this presentation, and I truly want to thank all of you for presenting it in a way that is very clear and eye-opening. But when Chris asked that question about understanding what 75% of teachers reporting creating their own material, what that truly meant, it really hit home, because there's one thing that, I've mentioned a zillion times in board meetings and in any conversation is equity upon, what every kid experience in every classroom looks like. And when 75% of their teachers are creating their own material and their own planning and instruction, that means a child in one school is not having the same experience as a child in another school. And I feel like that really does contribute to a discrepancy in a student's experience. And so I think, to me, 13 minus the thank you slide, but 13 slides of really significant information, that's the one that really hit home for me. And that, to me, it really does go to the core of how we get to the point of equity in all our buildings and equity for every student and their experience in our district. So it really, thank you for throwing that out there and acknowledging it. And I really want to see how we overcome that, because that, to me, is very significant.
With that, Dr. Grins and Ms. Lyons, I also want to, a big piece of this also includes the professional learning. It's making sure that not only are we selected research-based guaranteed and viable curricular resources, but it's also equipping our teachers with, and our leaders with, the knowledge and the wherewithal to then effectively use those resources to a level of fidelity of implementation. So I just want you all to just quickly speak to that. Katie, if you can.
Highlight that. Just the professional learning and how each of them.
And the resources and how we begin to think about the professional learning in support of the resources. So I'm thinking specifically, just to kind of help tee you up, the rubric that was used in even identifying the resources. And part of that rubric also include looking at.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you for teeing that up so nicely. So the steering committee engaged in a thorough examination of 2 options that the teaching and learning team put forth to the steering committee after our own in-depth research-based standards-aligned examination of high-quality literacy materials. And they included 8 categories, and those 8 categories included all of the threads of the reading rope. Everyone knows I love to talk about the reading rope, but I won't go deep into it. Thank you. I saw a little head nod earlier. I was feeling very encouraged. Yeah. So Dr. Hollis Scarborough designed this to help us make sense of all of the threads that need to be balanced in our literacy instruction and how they all have to be concurrently balanced and emphasized. When we audited our curricular resources, we have not emphasized all of those threads in a balanced way that Dr. Campbell addressed. And so in the 8 categories in our rubric, it was built on the reading rope, and it was built to say, as we evaluate these materials, do these threads exist? Because our teachers have been creating materials because they are absolutely wonderful. And despite all of what we have maybe not put in front of them in terms of holistic, comprehensive programming, they are developing it themselves. And so this inventory really brought to light how our teachers are creating their materials. We are well beyond the national average in terms of our student achievement data, and it is because of our teachers and our leaders. And so when we use this rubric, we use this to really say, how do we make sure that we as a district provide the highest quality tier 1, which means our on grade level curricular resources, so that our teachers can do less of the sourcing and the planning and really using their student data to tailor the materials. And so yes, the materials include the curriculum embedded assessments. That was one of the categories. They will include foundational skills and all the threads of word recognition. They will include integrated reading and writing experiences for our students, just like the Illinois Assessment of Readiness assesses, and the subcategory that we have the biggest opportunity to show proficiency in. And so those categories on the rubric, our steering committee engaged in a thorough examination. We had vendors come in But the biggest piece, I think the category I'll end with is that we had a culture of learning category on our rubric. And why this is important is because whatever curricular resource that we ultimately end up deciding to adopt is not going to be the thing that impacts our students. It is the people that are using the curricular resources. And our people have already shown us that despite the Tier 1 resources that we have provided that have had gaps for our teachers, they have gone well beyond and spent much time and energy and money producing the materials for our students. And so we have to honor this culture of learning and really shift to thinking about how do we develop our teachers around the materials and how do we use the materials as a vehicle to ensure that the standards are manifesting equitably across our classrooms. And so culture of learning meant a bit of an interview or dating, if you will, for the vendors that were coming in to do the presentations. And we were only looking at professional learning providers that provided curricular resources. We were not looking to buy curricular resources that were not also a professional learning provider, if that makes sense. So yes, we are excited about a long-term dating partnership with the professional learning provider and using the Tier 1 instructional materials to elevate instruction for our students.
Since I have a question about the same thing and you're kind of hitting on it, the way that I looked at it and what I really wanted to, ask a bunch of questions about is it's not each individual teacher is creating their own. There's probably teams of teachers, right? Or are we individual?
In some buildings, it's different. It's varied. There are some teams that are dividing up and conquering. So there are some teams that are actually, because our K-5 teachers teach all content areas, you might have a math lead who's developing the math materials or utilizing Eureka Math and tailoring it to students. But in terms of literacy, 110 teachers did complete the survey individually. So this data is from 110 teachers reporting, not teams of teachers.
Wow. Okay, so then it led me to say, I like the way that you presented this. I'm sorry, okay. I really wanted to get into how are we doing best practices? I mean, we're a large organization, and we've got creative teachers, and we've got great teams of teachers that are leveraging each other with, successes, which is awesome. So the team building is happening. But at some level, we as a district can facilitate best practices. So how are we facilitating that in this area? And sharing those best practices? Like seeing the need, right? Seeing the excellence.
Sure.
And sharing it.
So the subcommittees were a great start in that work in terms of surfacing and auditing the materials and then looking at what professional learning would look like. But when I look at and shared the high-level view here of the school-specific planning, one of the items that we have for an opportunity in the future is we do have really excellent avenues and opportunities for our professional learning. We need to make sure that they are aligned and that they are going towards the same focus area. And I think one of the things that has come out resounding agreement from our committee structures, from our data analysis, is that oftentimes some of our professional learning opportunities might live in a little bit of isolation from one another while others are aligned. So for next year, one of the pieces we're looking at, as we did for this year, is to continue that alignment and seeing our things like our D205 university courses and our late start structures and our institute days. Do we have a solid strand and component that fits and aligns with the items that we've prioritized based on the student data? So hopefully there will start to be that alignment and that linkage that everyone wants and sees from the professional learning, but it starts now in the material gathering, the resource providing, so that we can really have a solid plan, not only for the spring, but also for next year.
So I wanted to go back to the data chart again.
Sure.
And math keeps coming up as I'm going to call it low-hanging fruit. Where is that addressed here? Or are we saying that where we are in math and where we want to be in that gap is it didn't need any additional curriculum. We've already got it in place. Is that the conclusion that I could correctly draw?
You said math, correct?
MATH.
I didn't know if it was MAP. So the K-5 Eureka program was rolled out in 16-17.
Yeah.
So we do have some review in place, but we did not have as strong of a curricular need for that, this year or next year, I should say. This was focused only on items in which we identified a need of instructional materials. So that's not to say that we don't have room for improvement in math. We absolutely do. We have improvement in everything, and that's our sort of continuous improvement mindset. But in terms of the instructional materials, the Eureka Math in 16-17 is still being used right now in those grade levels.
Awesome. So I drew that correct assumption. And then I think my last question was around, I don't know what slide it is. It's your priorities. ELA, SEL, world language slide, and the materials and all. Again, I know SEL is a focus across all grades. And because we are highlighting kindness in the classroom only for middle school, are we saying that we are addressing what we want to address in SEL in every other grade based on curricular materials that we already have?
That is a great question. We have identified the biggest need in 612, specifically 6-8, for a curricular resource in that area. In the K-5 classroom, a lot of the practices related to the CASEL competencies happen either naturally, things like morning meetings, even the assignment of a class role in a younger setting has elements of the SEL competencies that will actually serve that student well. But we identified 6-8 being the area of most need. And I wanted to emphasize that resource is not only vetted and aligned to the CASEL competencies, it's also free. So we thought that was a good fit. The subcommittee identified that through a series of other examples that were not, and that still emerged regardless of the price. That wasn't the determining factor, but it certainly didn't hurt it.
So that same thought process, I look at ELA and I see K through basically 5, 9 through 12. I see this middle school ELA. Again, am I correct in assuming that we have in all this data and in-depth work that was done, the curriculum materials that we currently have for middle school are good in the ELA area?
Do you want to speak to that? I mean, I have my version of an answer. Yours is going to be better.
That's an area that we're going to continue to investigate. Our 6-8 ELA curriculum, we have department chairs that have been with us for 15 years. These are homegrown units of study that are novel-based. The learning that we've embarked with in our middle school teams is going to continue. So in October, we explored the complexity of text that we're using with our students. In our last institute, we explored how are we really making sure we're building text sets to promote our students' word and world knowledge. Yes, with the novel as the anchor, but how are you building experiences with multiple texts on that topic? We want to continue with that learning, and we have work to do. This is not to say that there is not work to do with our 6th to 8th grade teams. This is also not to say that we have some gaps in our Tier 1 offerings as a district at the middle school level. This is to say we have more work to do to uncover that data, really get to the root cause that's getting in the way of our students' success, and that's impacting our teachers. So more to come for middle school. We'll be back here next year, probably in this same time frame, sharing more of that as we engage. We do have an ELA and social studies steering committee at grades 6 to 8 with our leaders, instructional coaches, department chairs, and we're also engaging our division chairs at York in part of that steering committee. So the work is continuing in 6 to 8. The learning is happening. We're excited about the progress, but more yet to come.
Thank you. And just, I mean, I really like the way that you laid it out for us. And in the past, we would just get, here's some curriculum materials and I really think that it gives all of us a window into how we're looking at the student holistically throughout the district, the transitions, making good use of the benefit of being a unit district. and really the thought process. And so that everybody understands district building wide, again, you know, where there's information at the building levels comes together, you know, all of us, right? And it goes back and forth. And it's kind of like, yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
you.
Anybody else? Oh, Jim?
I'll be quick. I have a suggestion, a clarification, and then another suggestion. I flunked the eye test here, so
Yeah, I agree.
you please feel free to break those slides up into more slides that are bigger in the future.
I apologize.
Yeah.
We absolutely will adjust that. Todd Schmidt told me to keep it to 12
Courtney
slides.
made my
I just
point.
wanna,
And then my clarification, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., our community can go to www.elmhurst205.org, click on the resources tab, and then go to instructional materials for 2022-23.
Correct.
Is everything online complete?
Yes.
So all right. So there's nothing you'd have to come into the district
No,
office to
sorry.
see. You can see it all. Online.
Everything that's available online is complete access to that item. There are several items, novels that will require being in the vicinity of the district office. However, the information is also available for those novels on that website. So if someone wanted to, peruse it online, preview it, or even purchase it, but we do have materials in the office for a select number of items.
Okay, so
It's
for the
not many.
novels that are on there, you can't read the whole novel on our website, but you could come into the office here and
Correct.
see it. Or, of course, you could go to all the resources that are available, commercially to preview that novel.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And also, I want to say thank you for putting all that online. I think this is the first year it's been online, and my experience is people just don't come into the central office to preview these materials. And we get very few public comments on them. So I think putting them online is a great step forward.
Great. Thank you.
And then a request. In the spirit of setting the bar high, we saw our district in comparison to the national average, but the national average is exactly that, average. I wonder, do you have the data available in the future to show us where we compare to the top decile nationally or the top 2 deciles nationally?
We could definitely look into that. We have people in the district that are obsessive with data, so I think that they would be excited by that challenge. And I think we can look into what that would look like.
For being on the board of a district that has high aspirations, I'd like to see us compared to the top decile.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
And I do apologize for the visibility. I'm sorry. I think that's shared.
That's
That's a
okay.
shared frustration by all. So I
I
apologize.
made an eye doctor appointment online while you were presenting.
I think we all did, Jim.
Sorry.
Board Member Collins, I also wanted to just, as your mention of this being the first time that we've, made the materials available online, I also want to give a huge shout out and kudos to the team, because this is also the first time that we've made an actual formal process for our community members in order to provide feedback to us about the materials. So that also I would like to just elevate and thank the team for being responsive in that.
I think that's outstanding. Thank you.
And when this information is reshared, we will correct the data very easily for you to make it more visible as well to the community. So that's a quick fix.
Athena.
Sure.
Not to be forgotten.
Yay. Thank you. Sorry. Just a few comments as we were having this discussion, which first with a thank you, a very thorough, targeted approach to curriculum and instruction, focusing on resources needed, right, for kids and for all kids. And thank you to Dr. Campbell for her wonderful, comprehensive summary of how this is, because it's such a complicated task right? Educating kids is so complicated, or complex, not complicated, complex. I'm appreciating that we are viewing this in a comprehensive approach way. And so just a couple thoughts on a few things that came up. One is assessment and kind of the autonomy that we saw a little bit in some of these percentages. You know, striking a balance between district assessment, grade level assessment, and then giving teachers that ability to use their instructional strategies in the classroom to assess students, right? And of course, the 70 whatever percent that was feels high, but then how do we balance those pieces so that we give teachers the opportunity to do what they do best, to understand all students in the classroom, right? And provide those supports. So thank you for that. And just keeping that balance in mind, and I know you'll do that. You know, I think where we started with, in Keisha, I think you said this, you know, any one point of data tells really one story. And it's when we look at multiple kind of prongs of data and students and types of learners, and we give our teachers the resources that they need to have a variety of resources available for students and for different types of students, that's when we hit this level of excellence in education. We're able to meet all of our students' needs, and we give our teachers what they need in order to be prepared with all of the diversity in their classroom. So I appreciate you adding on to what we already have and giving teachers those opportunities. We don't have to eliminate one thing to grab another, right? We just kind of use a lot of different things, see what works. Failure's okay, we learn from that too as educators, and we then are able to help and support the development of more kids. And that process takes time. So I know we saw a lot of statistics here, even with pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. I think we all know we have our work cut out for us, but it's that multiple layered approach with many resources, the PD for teachers to develop in a variety of instructional strategies and work together in teams to support every child in our district. And I hear that, and I see it in your presentation, and I hear it in our conversation. I'm so proud of that. I'm excited to see what the next couple of years bring, because with that equation, I think that we are on a good foundation to move forward and start reaching a little bit higher than maybe what we've had recently. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Beth.
I just have one short thing. My questions have been answered, but thank you very much for the thorough presentation again. And I think this just, it helps the community understand the materials being put in place, why they're being put in place, how they're going to be used, where they're going to be used. And I think that's helpful. And thank you. I agree with Jim that having it online so that people can look into it and, you know, check out the novel, read it, really be, have all the information about the process is so helpful. But I think that the way this was done, it helps us to be able to come back again, and assessing the materials that we're already using is important, and then to really be able to come back and look again and easily see, like, did this accomplish what we were hoping that it would in these targeted areas? So just interested and anxious to see that again in the future. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. I do want to thank my colleagues. This has been obviously a difficult year. There are many things that could have been a good consuming use of their time, but they stayed focused on the process, as well as the subcommittee members who also devoted extra time outside of their day. So I just wanted to say thanks to them publicly as well for their commitment to the work. And you for your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next is consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, could I have a motion, please, for the consent agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial reports; C, fine arts alto saxophone donation; D, bid 2210 York Fieldhouse roof replacement; E, bid 2211 Emerson roof replacement; F, bid 2212 Jefferson asbestos abatement; G, bid 2213 Jackson asbestos abatement; H, bid 2214 Fisher asbestos abatement; and I, bid 2215 Field asbestos abatement.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, next is Superintendent's Communications. Item A is Summer Programming Update.
Yeah, so I first want to just kind of tee this up for Dr. Rubenstein, please. So each year, the district offers several programs for students during the summer. And we learned a lot during the last summer in terms of the need to provide a very comprehensive summer programming for all of our students. We are most familiar with our ESY for our students with disabilities, but this presented an opportunity last summer to really target and to provide supports for some of our students that need additional support for learning acceleration, as well as to tackle unfinished learning. In addition to that, our district does a phenomenal job with offering separate programs for students interested in fine arts, athletics, as well as we know the credit-bearing courses that happened at York. Many of these programs have operated independently of each other with varying schedules. And what we saw is an opportunity coming out of last year and reflecting to try to have a little bit more coordination, oversight, and support at the district level. So I want to first thank Dr. Rubenstein for taking on this role of overseeing the programming and the coordination district-wide to further help support our alignment as we move forward together to provide a robust and comprehension summer programming for all of our students. So I'm going to ask him to give some highlights to this. We are still working on this. He's working daily to make sure we are set and ready to go. But we are definitely ahead of our timeline as compared to how we prepared and rolled out summer programming last year. Dr. Rubenstein.
Yep. So I appreciate the teeing off of the conversation here. So a couple things. We started this conversation actually back in October after reviewing all of the feedback from last summer and really took a look at how this would look from both a student's perspective and from a parent perspective. And from a parent perspective, if you had a student, say in our ESY program at one level, at York, in a credit-bearing program, and maybe decided that you were going to take an acceleration program in one of our schools, you may have been on 3 different schedules. You may have been paying 3 different ways, and you would have received 3 different program brochures. That didn't seem efficient or effective to us. And so we started to try and put the whys and hows of that together. So our goal this year is that separate from York, which their programming and their credit-bearing courses have already gone out and went out at the end of January. We are going to have a unified and comprehensive registration process for families, either through our RevTrack program or through some other existing district program. And the reason that that is a little bit less than clear right now is because of the fact that it's the first time that we've done it in a unified way before. We're trying to make it streamlined. We've been working with the business office and with the team, the Power School team, to explore some different options there. We are, one thing that will be unified across the district are the dates. Summer school programs, barring any more emergency days, summer school will start on June 6th for everybody. If you are a K-8 student or an ESY student, you will end on June 24th. That doesn't seem right. On June 30th, excuse me. And you will not have school on Fridays, with the exception of one Friday where we have where we're making up for a state and federal holiday this year. And then York will continue on with their same schedule for 2 weeks into July. So they'll end on July 14th. We are centralizing, given all the construction that's going on across the district with roof replacements and all that other stuff, we're centralizing programs at Edison, Madison, Sandburg, and York. We may have to move things over to Bryan if our numbers get high. We are concentrating our academic related programs on really helping students to focus on learning recovery, acceleration where needed. We really hope to offer a diverse array of programming across the board, and we are getting lots of ideas together. We have the summer programming offered from last year all together. We are looking to partner right now with organizations like, for instance, LEGO has reached out to us and several other districts across the state to say, we have sort of a pre-packaged curricular program that if you're interested, we would be happy to work with you on that. That we know our students would be really excited to engage in that work. In addition, we know that our Project Lead the Way program, STEM courses, those sorts of things that have traditionally been well attended will be there. We plan to integrate our bilingual and extended school year programs into that programming, so everything will be together under one roof in each of those places. So it'll really feel like almost like a regular school year, except it'll be the summer. Our fine arts programs are going to be similar to the past. Lots of offerings. Those are coming together very nicely. Those will be offered in the same brochure. Those will go out at the same time. And the same thing for our summer athletic programs for our K-8 students. Rob Wagner from York High School has been working with our coaches and other athletic leaders to make sure that the camps are put together and that all of that is coming together on time. One of the things that I think that I'm most excited about, actually given the presentation that you just heard here, is the opportunity to embed some summer professional learning. So one possible opportunity here is to really focus on some professional development and professional learning, perhaps with some of our new curricular programs. So as we look to adopt foundations, for example, or as we are looking to refine our teachers' skills in the area of Eureka Math, that sort of thing, we would identify some really outstanding teachers from across the country who could perhaps come in and do some model lessons and work with our teachers and work with our students in the morning, and then provide professional learning for our teachers in the afternoon. So it would be a gradual release model so that our teachers would then start to take over those classes the later on in the summer, and really get some hands-on experience in that new curriculum and really get some exciting opportunities to try it out and see what works and what they need to get some additional practice on, and what else should go on there. Our human resources continue to be our biggest barrier for our robust summer program. While we anticipate that we have lots of families, I'm getting calls every day, and our principals are getting calls every day asking when it's coming out, who want to send their children to us for the summer, like the whole summer. They want to just send them to us the whole summer. Kara's already talked to me about that. We recognize that teachers and support staff can be in short supply during the summer, and so we have ongoing recruitment efforts in that area and are really working hard to make that work. And so we're going to be hiring people probably beginning at the next board meeting in March, so that we can make sure that we are appropriately staffed and that we have enough people to work in all of our programs throughout the year. So throughout the summer. So that's summer programs, basically where we're at right now. Like Dr. Campbell said, we are moving really quickly on it. Every day we're making progress and having lots of meetings. This is something that I'm going to be overseeing this year, and then with the idea that I'm sort of plotting the course, and then next year the new assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction is going to be taking that over. So.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for that? That sounds great. You do? Okay.
Sorry. Typically, summer school's at Fisher, Conrad Fisher. So will we be busing students to other schools, or, I mean,
Yes.
That's a big
Yep.
question
So
for me.
similar to last year, actually, when we were at Hawthorne, and we bused students there for extended school year or those sorts of things, we bused students there. So we will be providing transportation. One other piece that I forgot to mention, we're just in the process of exploring all sorts of avenues and partnership and all of these other sorts of things. So while we don't currently have non-credit bearing courses for students at York, that's something that we are looking to explore. So for things like the SAT and partnerships with the Park District and the library and those sorts of things, they already have summer reading programs. They already have some of those things going on. And so I apologize for not mentioning that, but we are actively seeking those partnerships right now.
Thank you for mentioning that, Kevin, because I know that the library has done a great job targeting even certain grades and levels and doing a lot with us. So thanks for the partnership.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you. All right, 21-22, moving forward together, updating COVID metrics. Dr. Campbell.
I think it's worth noting that on Thursday, February 17th, the appellate court for the 4th District of Illinois noted that the issues in the appeal filed by Governor Pritzker and other defendants in the case known as the Austin versus Pritzker were moot. And since the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules, JCAR, had failed to approve a new set of rules for the Illinois Department of Public Health and Illinois State Board of Education, that nothing has has changed because of that. So I wanted to just first underscore that. Since February 7th, it was communicated to our community, our students and our staff in our schools that masks are strongly recommended, but not required. The decision to wear a mask during the school day, including adults, is a personal one, and the district does not interfere one way or another with these decisions. I want to note that again. The decision for our students and our staff to wear a mask or not during the day is a personal one, and that the district does not interfere one way or another with the decisions. What we will do as a district is we will respect the decisions that are made by our individual families, our students, as well as our faculty. And I want to also say that regardless of the decisions that our families and our students are making, that I want to echo the necessity of fostering a climate of respect and acceptance for all community members. Further, I also would like to note that we have several layers of mitigation that remain currently in place. to keep a healthy and safe environment. Some of those mitigations, including offering and having available additional personal protective equipment upon request. It also involves our optional weekly testing programs, our centralized testing programs. It also involves asking and requiring students and staff, if you are sick, to please remain at home and focus on getting well. Our enhanced air circulation consistent with our best practices. And then also there is some physical distancing to students to the extent possible, as well as notifying our parents and our families when and if an outbreak occur, or also providing our families with notification if there has been a low-risk exposure or situation. We continue to publicly track and make transparent and available our COVID metrics on our district website. Two other points, I pause there because is to just also make note that to date, we have received and entered 3,869 COVID vaccination records from our students, which based on this submission of documents, we are at 49.6% of our students having been vaccinated. And in our middle schools, approximately 47.5% of our students have been vaccinated. And with those eligible 5 to 11-year-olds, we're at 46% of students have been fully vaccinated. And that concludes my update.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you for that. And,
Yeah, I just wanted to, so, you know, the measures that remain in place, I mean, I think most of them still make sense, like requesting masks if you need one, and the optional testing program, tracking data, notifications, et cetera. The only one that I think needs to be reevaluated is the lunch procedures. And I think that with the optional masking, I'm just not sure that it makes sense anymore to have sort of the forced distancing at lunch. And I think that needs to be reevaluated. I mean, soon we'd be in a situation where I think folks would be able to walk into a restaurant without a mask and sit and have a meal not spaced out. But then in school, we're still sort of enforcing this distancing, and I don't think that that's going to be a sustainable position for us for any length of time. So at a minimum, I think if we're not going to make that now, I think people would need to understand why, and then like what would the limiting principle on that be, and when would it ever be normalized? Because fortunately, we made the change, two plus weeks ago to basically go to mask optional, and the COVID trends have just continued along what they were doing anyhow. So I just wanted to make that note, and I hope that can be reevaluated soon. Thank you.
all right. All right, thanks. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then we will move on to Freedom of Information Act requests.
We have received 3 FOIA requests for staff information that have been granted. 1 FOIA request for Title IX records not in possession. 1 FOIA request for Title IX records unduly burdensome. 1 FOIA request for emails regarding FOIA information not in possession. 2 FOIA requests for emails regarding FOIA information that has been granted. 2 FOIA requests for construction bid information that has been granted. 1 FOIA request for construction bid information not in possession, and 1 FOIA request multi-ESSER information granted and not in possession, granted. 1 FOIA request multi-bond information not in possession.
Okay, thank you. So next item is the social media highlights.
So before he hits play, I just want to share, I won't,
as he hits play, I would like to share that I'm not going to talk over the video, but I'll note a couple things after the video is completed.
Now, thanks, please.
Please. Thank you.
Drum roll, please. We have been gathering input from staff, students, and families about what we want our new Lincoln Lion to represent. And here it is. We were able to partner with Studio 1344 to create a logo that represents our lion pride. We are positive, we are respectful, we show integrity, we are determined, and we are engaged.
So just to quickly note, the third grader from Eddie Link that helped us with the Lincoln Lion reveal was Clara. We'd like to thank her for her help with that. All of the schools are actually partnering with us to work on their logos, so we're excited to reveal new refreshed logos for each of the schools. The visit with Dr. Campbell to Bryan Middle School with the leadership team was amazing, and it was great to see they were all lined up to see her, and they were all so excited. There were 3 girls that were all nervous and asking each other what they were going to say to her. It was sweet. I think the York speech team is going to come back in another board meeting for future recognition. And One Field, One Family, they were the Eye and Kind, and that was part of their Kindness Week celebration. So it was one of the many things that they did. They did a lot of really great things. And the Hawthorne Elementary School winter party was actually yesterday. So while the kids were off, they actually spent it together celebrating. And you saw there were a lot of kids that attended that. And Tutu Tuesday, he posted it. I had to share it. So, and then the Springapalooza orchestra students that they shared, that was a nice little Zen moment of the orchestra. So that's it.
Very well done. Oh, thank you. Nice job. All right, board communications, does anyone have anything? All right, upcoming meetings, March 2nd, 2022, Board of Education Policy Committee meeting at 5:30 here in District 205 Center. March 8th, 2022, Finance and Operation Committee meeting at 5:30 here in District 205 Center. And March 15th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. We've come to the end of the agenda. If there's nothing else, we are adjourned. Good night.